Okay, we'll be switching over soon. I'm just eating some roasted potatoes and making sure things are not forked up. Wait a second. Hold up. I noticed something's forked up. How did you... Maybe this is just a studio mode thing. We'll find out when I switch over. Yeah, today's been a pretty hectic day. I decided to be like a healthy person and go out and walk. And I spent more time than I would like to admit uploading and setting up the Midnight Muscadines Oracle deck in the Foundry after one of the Foundry modules didn't import the cards, at least how I thought it was supposed to import them, so I had to do it manually. And also adding some other stuff that because I figured out you can add PDFs in Foundry, which will make it easier for some of the solo stuff I'm going to be using or trying out. These potatoes are so good. But this is going to be a learning experience because I was kind of point where I was wanting it to be like start off perfect, having everything figured out, but it's not really my style, and I just don't have a lot of time to do that outside of stream time right now. So I figured might as well do it the Trash Dog way, as we always do, and just play it how I would play it if I was by myself. But I did add some stuff for the ttrpg streams because I'm going to be using Foundry, and Obsidian does have a lot of useful tools, so I figured I could add in some of that stuff that we like from Obsidian, like the clicky clacks. I've downloaded a program that essentially gives it to your the clicky clack sounds to your like audio, so I have it as an audio source. And it's also kind of nice for me because I wear headphones so often that I actually don't hear my keyboard. Almost finished setting up. Okay. Almost. Okay, I can switch us over now. We can figure out some of the stuff that I noticed. We can do this. Okay, now why is that reversed? Yeah, I know, Cass. I really am. You know, struggling for y'all to do this, but you know, I got to do it. I got to do it for chat. No one else. Now let's figure out why this is reversed. Let's maybe this. That did it. Okay. I don't know why it was rotated like that, but there's always something. Hmm. As the I was about to say infamous, but Matt Colville's not infamous. But as the famous Matt Colville of Draw Still would say, I am a river to my people. Where did I put my drink? I guess it's lost. Oh, I found it. But yeah, welcome in everyone. I hope y'all had a good day. Oh yeah, I saw that, Kess. That is really weird. Like, I mean, I don't know how much it costs. So maybe, you know, maybe it's relatively cheap, but that does seem really odd. Oh. Like, does it like allow you to make characters outside of campaigns or whatever? I'm not sure the setup. Like, I'm trying to think why. Like, I mean, you know, if they, you know, they can charge however they want. You know, they deserve to make the money for the effort put in. But it is definitely, that is outside of the norm. I'm trying to think of a VTT that everyone has to buy. Like, I don't think that's true for Fantasy Grounds, or that's not for Foundry or anything. I don't think of. Um, I can kind of see that then. Like, if you're able to make your own characters outside of that, and then you could, like, you know, drop them in and out of certain places. Well, hopefully, you know, it will get more support and have more stuff on it that would make it fun for players to have. But yeah, I definitely see that being a barrier to entry, especially when, as far as I understand, you can get Draw Still on every other VTT on the market. But I haven't really paid attention to Matt Colville's or MCDM stuff in a while. Like, I liked what 4E did, but I'm not sure I'd want to, like, I'm not in a place to play that type of game, like a tactics heavy, big crunchy game like that. But we don't have to worry about that because we have any award-winning game break, and we have Foundry, and sort of some of the stuff I want to do with this is not only do the solo play of it, which I'm going to kind of go where it goes. Like, you know, character dies, we'll sort of move on to a different character, but it'll all be sort of like a continuous in world story, including the other stuff I run. So like the stuff I run with, well, we haven't played in a long time, but stuff with Mary and Hime, like that being connected to the world, one shots, stuff like that. Um, That's a good question. Well, I would say partially so because combat is not is a focus like, you know, say if you're just playing like draw still or 5e or something like, and running is fairly forgiving. On top of your character doesn't, like, when they drop to 0 HP, they don't like just immediately fall unconscious or become debilitated. That's the injury that decides how they're affected. So, of course, if you have bad dice rolls and your character gets knocked out, then you're probably, you know, probably not good. But I would say it is in it has negatives and positives for like solo character play, which is what I'll be doing because I don't like running a whole party. That's outside of like specific circumstances where it's like, oh, we need to recruit this person to save the princess or what have you. Like, I like to stick to one focal character with like a sidekick or something like that. But also, like, when I play solo, I liked, like, especially true with solo play, I can do whatever I want. I could, like, if I just wanted to play, you know, break, but my character is a god, like an all powerful god. Not that I think that would necessarily be interesting to me, but like, you know, I can do whatever I want. So like, I do like starting from like the beginning of this character is sort of introduction into being like an adventurer or what have you, and then going from there, and then they can naturally build the party out, sort of like how you do in fantasy stories. Yeah, I think I tried playing 5e solo with the whole party, and I did not enjoy it. But also something I'm wanting to do, which I'll have it set up in the Discord, is to take the rule. Well, I guess not necessarily the rules, but the idea from, I'm blanking the name on the ttrpg. Oh, Sword World. There we go. Sword World has the sort of fellow mechanics where you essentially have like this little NPC that's not like, it's not a full character, and for the most part that's assumed they don't die and they can't do a lot, but you bring them on the adventures, and then after you do the adventure you send them back to the Adventurers Guild or whatever. So that's something I want to do, where the community can make fellows for me to then, you know, go to like an Adventurers Guild thing to like hire them for a like a quest or something. Oh my god. Oh, oh no, my computer. It's exploding. There we go. We did it. I mean, I think for the large part the 4E has moved past the sort of like drama and issues that people had. Yeah, like the Waymates from Legend of Azeroth. I haven't looked at that one too much, but I'm mostly just going on vibes where I'm going to have little, you know, adventure adoptables that you know y'all make, and I can roll on the table to see which one I get and stuff. But that will be for the next session, because we're going to you know, be making the character and all that. And I'm still trying to decide how, because I do want to, like, we as a collective, like, you know, build the character, or if, you know, we just all prefer that I roll for stuff and we just see where the dice land, which, you know, that is fun. Yes, the royal we. I mean, anything that includes you has to be the royal, right, Cass? Because you are the highest of the burbs up top, looking down upon all of us. I'm just a dog. But the gaming princess. I could go away with that, but I'm gonna hold back for everyone's sake. But yeah, I want to do a bunch of fun and funky stuff with this, like I was mentioned before about having the everything I run be in all canon, I guess is the way to describe it, and potentially affecting stuff.
Welcome to the pack.
Well, thanks for the follow. Beware of bites. I mean, Murder Princess. I would be surprised if the Murder Princess isn't like the most popular calling and break. Mmm, tasty. But I'm also I think it'd be fun to have a way for chat to like affect the play. I think Kime does a similar thing where you can like give a like add a complication or give like a bonus or a penalty to a roll, stuff like that. I'm sure we'll figure all that stuff out as we go. Trying to think, is there anything else for this? I mentioned this earlier, so like I'm not going to like be as like hyper focused on the play as like say Hime can be. I'm gonna like if I decide that we're fighting this weird monster, right? I will probably take the time to actually make the weird monster just because I do find designing stuff for break fun. Yes, I guess I can switch over to that now. Blah blah. Let me make sure all the things are good. Oh yeah, so this is not a official map. This is a map from the break server that someone made using like the official like continent art, I guess you describe, but they made a more I guess comprehensive. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. But like it has the directions which are unique. Like you have skywards is north, stonewards is south, duskwards is west, and dawnwards is east. I never thought about that, but they do kind of look like fish. I wonder if that's intentional. That I don't know. But like honestly, a lot of the work I put in was just the roll tables. Many, many, many roll tables. Yeah, so the reason why Outer World is like this, outside of, lore reasons, is because Ray originally was designing a game set in the Wistful Dark. Because, who doesn't like the vibes of a place that's in like eternal twilight or like eternal darkness? That's like cool vibes. But and then he like started working on had other games that essentially were these other settings like the Twilight Meridian, the Blazing Guardians, and then they decided, why don't we just put it all together and make it a cohesive world, as far as I understand. And I think part of when we're making our character, we will, either roll or what have you to see where we actually are. And I have a way, if I can remember how to do it. Is it this? No. There's a way you can add points on the map. I just have to remember how to do it. Wait, did I figure it out? Toggle notes display? No. There's a way you can do it. I just don't remember how you do it. Like putting hold on. Let's go journal locations. We'll just name this butts. Okay. Get out of here. I need to close that. There we go. Well, did that work? Create map note. That did work. So I think part of it is, so Break's lore is that there was a place called Promise that was essentially created by the like Uber God, the creator, as they're called. And then these other sort of formless beings were like, oh, we want in on that. And then sort of built a planet around Promise. And the Sun Machine is an actual machine that someone made that rotates the world. So it's, theoretically, we could say that the planet does not have rotational gravity. But you could also say, like, because the Sun Machine was an object that it's like in low orbit or something that sort of stuck to this one place, or it's like anchored to the Blazing Gardens, which on the map you can see like this is where the Sun Machine is directly above. But I think that's probably one of the biggest adjustments is people getting used to that. Like, time isn't as, it isn't exactly like it is in the normal world. People go about life differently. Well, there's sort of mini gods. So you have the creator, which is the main god, and also welcome in Bear. And then you have the unshaped, which were also sort of gods, but like lesser gods. That a lot of them have been either made shaped in some way, because that's sort of how they dealt with the unshaped in the olden times, was like giving them a name or giving them a form to where you could kill them. And then there's like minor gods, sort of like, sort of Japanese, like yokai or kami style, where, you might have a god of this specific river that overlooks that river. So honestly, like, the that's part of why I like Break, is because it doesn't give a lot of concrete answers. It gives you like a vibe that you can then, build your own answers off of. And I tend to be a really big fan of that stuff. And also, you can keep things loosey goosey and, just have, you know, a specific plot point that comes up that will bring into, oh, the planet actually doesn't spin. We're just a little hanging grape in the sky. But also at the same time, because the Rhineko are the Thundercats. They're Rhineko means Thundercat, and they're cat people from space that crash landed on outer world. So it's like that does technically mean there is like space and the universe and other planets and stuff. So it's Break, just that it really is like, it was like Ray and Gray's like favorite things from like growing up in like RPGs and like 80s cartoons, and they just put it all together into cute anime package. Uh, get out of here, butts. Okay. Delete. We do love the cute animes. But I think we can start getting into character creation. And we'll probably go one step at a time. I'll go through the species, and then we can figure out how we pick that stuff, and we'll just go from there. And we're just gonna wing it. And something I found out about Foundry that I'm not sure if this was a base feature or one of the 20 modules I installed, but you can have PDFs inside Foundry, which is very useful. It's mainly useful from a I don't have to fiddle with a bunch of overlay stuff. That's the main reason I'm excited about it, just because that way people can follow along and I don't have to be bouncing around in OBS constantly. Page fit. I wish could like collapse the top. Is there like a full screen version? Let's see. I just discovered this like I want to say like an hour before stream. I was like, oh my gosh, I can do so much with this. Let's see, maybe page width. No, wait, hold on. We can do this. I think that's a bit better. We can. Oh, I wonder, do the hyperlinks work in here? That would be really sick. Can F? In what way can we F? Guess. Oh, pop out windows. Oh, that is good. I'm not sure how window popping out would work. You guess that's a very understandable problem to be having. I wonder. I forget how you even pop out windows because I've just never done it. Inbuilt elevation, like for maps, like battle maps, you can have elevation in battle maps. Oh, that is cool. I don't think I'll be using battle maps just because Break is zone based. I mean, I could get the like I don't know 5,000 Chepeku maps and use those just because they're pretty. I might do that, but at the same time, I do like the sort of zone cards I made that I used with the unclouded campaign with Hime and Mary, just because it's a lot easier. But I think we will go in a little bit of a different order for this, and we will start with species instead of callings, even though it's kind of important to do your calling first, just because it gives you your stats and stuff. But overall, it's fine. Yes. The main thing for me, at least when it comes to streaming, so I like Foundry because it has everything in it. And it's less, it has the dice rolls, and so it's a lot less hassle. Like before, I had Owlbear Rodeo open so I could have the dice tray as an overlay, and just had the dice tray, and so I show dice on screen. And like I like Obsidian because mainly because the clicky clacks. The clicky clacks I feel like a nice when you're like having to focus and type. It does give some sort of more than just dead silence. Hell yeah. And I guess another benefit for Foundry is just like you can have as much storage space as you want because it's all locally hosted instead of like Owlbear. Actually, I think some Owlbear is like stored on the cache for browsers, I think. Okay, let's see here. Bloop. Oh, that did work. Oh my gosh, I love this. So okay, so this is an important question. Do I use just the core break stuff? At least for this first character? Or do I also put in the stuff I've made? Okay, we have Cass wants ultimate chaos, which I respect. Okay, we're seeing a lot. We're seeing everything. Okay. So I don't have, let me, where did I even save? I could have actually, I could import the stuff I made. I didn't even think about that. Let's see. No, where did I, species. Okay, so I've made quite a bit of species for break. I have made the Almirage, which is my version of rabbit people. Break does have its own rabbit people called hopalongs, but mine were more like when I was making the Almirage, I was thinking of the Vorpal bunnies from Shangri-La Frontier, even though they don't necessarily look like those bunnies. But so we have bunny people. We have the Galperin, which are horse people, Uma Musume inspired horse people. We have the Gamayan, which are cursed bird folk, because obviously, anytime you have some flying species that your players can play as, you have to give them a reason why they can't fly, or it sucks to fly, as you do. They have the Jinru, which are the dog counterpart to the Rhineko. So they are spacefaring dog people. We have the Kitsune, which are, you know, fox people, and they can transform into a like nine-tailed fox, sort of like in Inuyasha. The, I'm blanking on his name. Was it Shimu? The little cute transforming guy. Hi Hexy, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Yes, I can't let people fly. That it's tradition. It's tradition not to let the bird people fly. So Shippu, okay, yeah. So yeah, it's inspired by that. That's what I was thinking of when I was making this. And then we have the Leshy, which I know manager is very fond of. And they are a plant people that their size is determined by how much sunlight they're getting, and they also produce fruit that they can give to their friends. And originally, the Leshy was it started out as a joke species I made for a friend just to put a smile on her face, and that was a cowgirl, and their like ability was that they produced milk every day. The elf has been summoned. There's kind of some irony that the elf is summoned by plant people, not elf people. But yes, they are plant people. Oh, I've lost many hours to the ADHD playing solitaire. I have to avoid playing it. Yeah, so the biomechanoid is one of the core people classes on, and biomechanoid and murder princess are something I've seen in every game I played so far. I guess there no one was a biomechanoid in the unclouded campaign, but so far it's the biomechanoid and murder princess seem to be the most popular. I can move over to the murder princess real quick. Oop, bloop. Hold on, I keep forgetting I can do this. Oh my gosh, I love I believe the community member's name was Quag, who created a thing that sort of like automatically hyperlinked stuff. I'm not sure exactly how he did the the coding thing to do it, but he is the reason why the break was hyperlinked as quickly as it was. Bloop. Let's see, Murder Princess. Oh, maybe this, but it. There we go. There's the Murder Princess. Look at her. Ignore that. Ignore that. She is about to murder some goblins. But I mean, she is called a murder princess. So, I mean, would anyone actually be shocked? Oh, I can close that. Let's see. Where's my all my tabs? But yeah, so it was on the Leshy. Then we also have the love lamps, which are bimbo moth people. They get dumb when they see pretty light. They're very cute. We have the nibbly, which are mouse people. But like, so when I was making these, because I was just making this for fun, and I used like the iconic character that I had for the nibbly was Jane Doe from ZZZ. So, you know, do with that what you will. And then the final one I made is the Tanuki, which when I was making them, I was thinking of like Oolong or the other cat, the flying cat that's with Yamcha from Dragon Ball. I was thinking of them, sort of like trickster shapeshifters that can transform or shapeshift into objects. Because I haven't really seen that before in terms of like ttrpg fantasy stuff. I have a character that just like, if you needed a sword, all of a sudden everyone turns and looks at the Tanuki and they're like, you must turn. We need you now. So yeah. So if we do want to roll for all that, I would need to figure out how I guess I'll have to do some math. How many species is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9. Do this. Species 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, so that actually works out. So that'd be a 20. It would be 20. 20 total. Do y'all want me to go through every species and then roll, or roll and then just go over that species that we get? I'm fine with either one. I know some people are not as familiar with break. I haven't got a chance to look over as much, so I could go through every single species and then we can roll. Yeah, but that might take a little bit. I didn't think about that. Oh, wait. Why is that not hyperlinked? Okay. Interesting. I didn't think about this, but Twitch is fine with this, right? It's fine, Twitch. There we go. Okay, so we're going to roll. So we need to roll a d20, and we will add the ones I made at the butt end. So that'll be 12 through. Oh, well, I mean, there are some women.
Chat Pat.
I don't think I chat pat. Okay, where's thing close? Oh, that's how you do that. Oh no, not under boob. And another thing about break, for those not familiar, this does use only d20s. You just roll a single d20, you add a modifier, or you roll a d20, you will roll your stat or under. But sometimes you have like advantage or disadvantage, like in 5e. So let's see what we get. What is going to be the species of our character? A 20. So that's the very end. So that means our starting character, the first character for this, is going to be a Tanuki. I guess I can bring this up. It should be fine. Image. Tanuki. Just so y'all can see it as we go over it. Eventually, I want to get art for all of the species and stuff I made, but that's going to be a process. Where did I save you? There we go. Okay, cool. There we go. Oh no, I lost it. There we go. I was thinking about renaming the Tanuki, just to have it be like, a made up fancy word rather than the giant sack trickster raccoons of Japanese folklore, but that is true. It is very on theme for anime. I think that character's from like B Stars or something. Honestly, I mean, like when I was looking through this, I was trying to take stuff from like, shows or whatever art wise when I was making these, and not AI. Those are my two things, and nowadays that's extremely hard. I'll go over the Tanuki. Once minor in shape, these small folk are as cute as they are mischievous, often seen in taverns with a mug nearly their size, waving tails taller than them with a joyous laugh in their belly. Species overview. Physiology. Small raccoon-like folk with bushy tails and rounded ears. Nearly no two look alike, with a variety of shapes and colors, probably due to their shape-shifting capabilities. B and A. Yeah, take care, Cassie. B and A sounds familiar. Demeanor. As joyous as our mischievous, they tend to prefer a relaxing life over adventure, though for some, the wanderlust calls to them deeply, if not for a short time. If one is near a party, they are sure to be at its center. Oh, okay. I might have watched that. I tend to watch stuff, late at night past midnight and sort of vegged out. And then I don't remember much. That's why I've watched so much trash isekai. I can't remember which ones I've watched. So sometimes I'll start watching it and then I'll notice that the next episode's like the play bar is at the end. I'm like, oh wait, I've already watched these before. Oh, chibi model. Okay, I can become cute. Bam. Aha. Look at me. I'm so tiny and cute. Oh my gosh, I'm like them now. I should get a sound. I need to really get sound stuff for all my redeems so I can catch it easily. Tanuki, believe in not taking life too seriously, focusing on the fun of the day. Take it as good as you give it. Pranking is for those needing to be taken down a peg, not those already down. If you see a good spot to nap, you should. Only take off your mask for those you trust. Yeah, they don't have set rates as far as I know. My PNG model with the it was like a talking state and then a toggle. I think it was 75. So pretty affordable for PNG models, and it is pre done in PNG Tube remix. No, not 375 bucks, 75 USD. I believe was what I ended up paying. Hey, how's it going, Colton? We're just breaking. Yeah, it's really affordable. Ooh, triple layer cake. That's what I thought of when I saw triple layer streak is cake. Yeah, I would definitely hit them up, and it got done pretty quick too. Granted, I'm not sure what necessarily quick is for making a PNG model, but it seemed quick to me. Okay, for the history, home to the great Kurumi Forest in the Seven Holy Isles, said to have spawned from a large face tree at its center. They were exiled after a local ruler became tired of their constant pranks. They took it with a shrug and left, but not before planning one of the greatest pranks in history, now called the Dance of Walnuts, where they hollowed out walnut and filled them with sleeping beetles. The ensuing chaos allowed a ninja princess to be saved by her samurai lover and became the foundation to a popular romance story. Adventures Tanuki aren't often seen as adventurers, and if you did, you might not even know they were one. They have a reputation for joining bad parties and pulling a glorious prank in the middle of a dungeon. Typical names. Tanuki love silly names and often name themselves after their favorite snack or drink. Examples being dango, oolong, mochi, kombucha, jerky, whiskey, and licorice. Oh, that's unfortunate, Hex. We hate when that happens. For the abilities, they are a small species, so that means their deafness is increased, their defense ratings increased, their might is lowered, and they can't carry as much inventory. If I remember right. And the Tanuki, because I did make these over a period of a couple months, I would say, if I'm remembering right. I was this one's probably closer to what I would say is like a core-ish designed break character, because species tend to only have one ability, or at least they have one like mechanically depth ability, and then they'll have may have another sort of fluff ability, like how the Tenebrate have their thing that gives them dark allegiance points, but then they have their core feature, which is like seeing in the dark and stuff. and the other ones were a little bit more funkier. Granted, this is a weird ability in itself. So, what's beyond the mirror? That probably needs to be renamed because this was originally the All Mirage, and then I like redesigned the All Mirage, and then made this from it. So I feel like what's beyond the mirror, that probably should be renamed because that's like an Alice in Wonderland reference. But you know, that's a future problem. By placing a leaf on your head, you can transform into many forms, both flesh and not. During a fight, it takes an action to transform as you carefully place the leaf on your head. Taking damage breaks the transformation. You transform into another species, but not gaining any of its features other than its size. Specific persons require an aura check. So that means if I was wanting to transform to look like Dave, I would need to make a check, versus if I'm just transforming into generic person that probably looks like the Tanuki themselves in some way, then it does not require a check. Your transformation is believable, giving you a +2 bonus to all but those with a social bond with the individual. And the social bond is a game mechanic where you've like spent time with a person, you've taken like downtime action, and you get the social bond, which gives you bonuses on rolls with them. So like if you had a social bond with another person that they were your rival and you were like trying to outperform them in a fight, you could, argue that you can get a bonus on that roll, stuff like that. And there are other features that sort of are tied to social bonds, like some of the calling abilities work with people you have social bond with. Holy shit, appreciate that, Colton. Welcome to the Strays Cast. And this one, the final feature is, or the final part of this ability, if you fail trying to imitate a specific person, your face is featureless with a blank stare. So, I got that from Ditto from the Pokemon anime, like that specific Ditto that always had the blank stare when they would transform. And then the second part of this ability, transforming into objects, requires a grit check. You can transform into various items, standard weapons, adventuring gear, or common goods. And that was this. I wrote this one this way just because, like, I did want there to have some limitations. Like, you can't transform into like any item, because I feel like it could get a little funky if you could transform into like magic items or like arcane batteries or stuff like that. So I figured having like be able to transform into mundane items is one will still can be very useful, but also it does give it some limitations for a pretty open ability. If you fail that, you turn into a limp, useless version of the object. It's embarrassing. As you see with maturative abilities, it's a additional ability that once you hit rank 6, you're, instead of choosing a calling ability, you could choose this instead. It's not something you automatically get, even though I think I've seen some people house rule where everyone gets their maturative ability when they hit rank 6, which I feel like overall not that big of a deal. But leafy cart. You can conjure a large floating leaf to carry your burdens. The large leaf floats around roughly 5 feet off the ground and follows behind the Tanuki loosely. The leaf can hold 4 inventory slots. The leaf has 1 heart and a defense rating of 8. So I was thinking of like Tensor's floating disc, but them using using their little leaf magic. Yeah, you can tell that they Gray put a lot of time into the layout of the book. A lot of attention to detail and sort of like forethought, and it makes it really easy to navigate. Like using the PDF, it feels almost like using a game menu with how the hyperlinks work. Like it's really easy to go through. Yeah, the old one, old world PDF, it's a lot more sort of traditional D&D-esque layout. Okay, so we need to create a folder. We'll just call this solo for now because we don't have a name for what this campaign thing's going to be called. Tanuki. Let's go. Okay, now this we'll do Chib. I think that'll be fine. Did it actually select it? I know the break world or system for the VTT is all fan made. I don't think it's been updated in a few months. Maybe we do this. So perhaps we need to go to items, species. Bob. Okay. So what I was going to do is just edit. Wait, can we duplicate? Yes, we can. Okay, that works. Oh, no, it has not been updated for version 14 yet. As far as I know. Let me bring this over here so I can copy. Oh, hell yeah. Play that piano. Oh, let me know if the clicky clacks sounds are good volume. I just downloaded it today, and at least on my end it sounds good, but you never know when it comes to streaming. Yeah, I'm using Mecha Vibes. That is the app. Hey, how's it going, Amanda? You getting stuff done? Okay. Fine. Thanks for the head pats. Oh, let's actually see where the head pats are right now. Ooh, hold on. We'll fix it. Bam. There, we did it. We did it. Real time. I believe in you. Okay. How do I want to edit this stuff? That is under innate. I'm proud of you. Let's see. Where would that be under? It's not under gifts. It would be compendium packs. No. Maybe abilities, innate abilities, species ability, cheap. Okay. So we want create item, or no, we don't want that. We want create folder, Tanuki. Species. And the name for this ability is okay. Let's go ahead and think of a new name for this ability where they can transform, because I feel like what's beyond the mirror is not thematically appropriate. Something with some pizzazz, some wit to it. They place a leaf on their head. Mask of what's like a word that's like transformation but more like musical. Let's go we're going to my one of my favorite websites, Thesaurus. We're looking at transformations sedatives. Hmm. Let's see if like because this is based off like Oolong and uh Oolong's cat friend that I'm blanking on the name of. Did that have like a specific name for its power? Hmm. Maybe like Mask of Lies? We'll go with that for now. What way is this? Hold on. Maybe this is an ability? Oh, oh. Honestly, I'm already like, I don't have any idea where this character is going to go just from the fact that they're Tanuki. I feel like that is like a pretty big story choice. Oh. Unfortunately, I can't copy paste because I have this in a PDF document, or not PDF, but a PNG. So we got to type it out. I've been thinking about rewatching Inuyasha because I rewatched Yu Yu Hakusho a while ago, and I kind of got into them both at the same time. And I was like, maybe I should rewatch it and then watch the new one that's about their son. Is it son? They're at least their child. Kagome. You know, I would say Inuyasha is pretty break coded if you think about it. Like, Inuyasha kind of is a murder princess. He's got a transforming sword. He's violent. He doesn't wear armor. Hold on. How do I do? There we go. We did it. For real. Just like me. Does this work? It does work. I think we can all guess who my favorite is. Wonder was that. Let's see. How do I want to net this? I guess we can just do this. Honestly, this might be a hot take, but I think Shishomaru is a better Sephiroth. Like, he out Sephiroths. I don't know why they're attached to my head like that, but they are, and I live by it. I wouldn't mind him stabbing me with his sword, if you know what I mean. I think doing that. Doesn't okay, Amanda. So doesn't technically Alucard also have a white-haired version of himself, or her? I think, or herself. I think it's when Alucard's a lady, when it's Lady Alucard. Are they? I thought it was a. I might have watched something else, but I thought there was like a adult woman. I know he did have a child version. Actually, no, yeah, you're right, because there's three forms. There's modern Alucard, there's the uh young girl, and then there's uh murder daddy. Well, I guess both are murder daddy Alucard. Well, there's like popular, like Vlad the Impaler Alucard. Imagine rolling up and calling him Vladdy. Vladdy, can you please punish me? I've been a bad girl. Oh my god. I don't know if other people have this problem, but this keyboard is too small for my hands. Yeah, so Alucard is a representation of the alchemical process, or the like magnum opus. Alucard has a lot of alchemy themes. And he's also a deranged mutt like me. Okay. Is this saved? I want to make sure it saves. No, not calling. Species. Innate. Who would have thought that the time would be me just putting in things? Please. Oh my god! I love myself right now. It worked. Oh, satisfaction. Okay, so we need to just add in the last one. Delete. We get rid of that. So we want species, and this is called leafy cart. Wait, pick an item, huh? Did I make the wrong thing? This is what I want. Give me the swirly do. Yes. Okay. Create item. Why is it doing that again? It's not an item. Me so confused. We'll try again. Not a weapon. Ability? Maybe that's what I've been messing up. Leaf. Have I just been doing a dumb? Yeah, I was doing a dumb. Delete. Oh yeah, let's fix that. Just because my autism would be deeply upset if it was not uniform. Quirk categories. Okay, so Tanuki. So one thing with break is the each character gets a quirk. It's sort of like feats in 5e. Each you get like a starting feat, and they are tied to what heritage you are. Ooh, so let's see if I can. We'll go click. Do these not have the? It seems like these don't have hyperlink. Maybe this. We'll just go here. See where it actually says that on the species. Actually, I think it's under quirks. Oop. I need to actually get used to clicking the side. There we go. Quirk. Yeah, so you have inheritor species, which are the most modern species in Outer World, the ones that have sort of came out from the ashes of war and the sort of mythical age. And then you have old world species, which those are your elves, dwarves, goblins. They are like the oldest species in Outer World. And then Biomechanoid gets its own roll table for quirks, but Tanuki are specifically unshaped, so they would get old world species quirk table. But we won't do that quite yet. But that means they have spirit, physiology, and eldritch. So we need to make sure they got that. Okay, so we can get rid of that. And then that. Okay. I guess I should have a little token for it. We'll do that real quick. Might as well. Let's see. Tokens. Where did I? Species token. Over here. Hey, how's it going, Tiger? Sure, that's fine. This can be sort of a cursed crop. We're just slowly working our way on making the character for this solo campaign, setting up for break. Currently making a token real quick. Oh, no problem. Have a good lurk. Hope things are going well for you. We're having just chill times right now. Ooh, that's we don't want that. Okay. We're going to haphazardly make this so we can move on to making more choices, or I guess in this case, more rolling. Because we all know rolling is the fun part. Save as Tanuki. We will ignore the very cursed image I made. Okay, it has been done. So we can we get rid of that? Delete. And we want that. Or no, we want the compendium, and then we want species. Okay, where did I make this then? What, did I make it here? I did. Okay. There we go. We did it. We did it, chat. At least I thought it was pretty cursed because it was cropped badly. I just did the magic wand, cropped it, put it in a circle. Because that's not, I think we'll split, like, I'll find a pie crew. A pea crew? Is it pea crew or pie crew? I don't know. But after that time, we're finally on to the calling, which technically we should have done first, but I have an important question. I have made a calling for break, the Boom Witch. Should I have that as a chance to roll? Should it be on the table? I mean, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's also the Bard, the Bardier. Yes, the Bardier, which is a calling that is on the blog. I think having that in the pool, I think that's fine in general. But do we want the Boom Witch? Do we want a chance for Boom? Let's see if I can even find where I have the Boom Witch saved. Did I even save it anywhere? I think I had it on the server on the Stray City Discord. Let's see. Dice. Is there a way to like look at old threads? Should be able. Found it. Who will find it where first? I found the thread. I did not find the PDF, but the PDF was in the thread. Oh, I found it. Booyah. Oh, I had it saved in downloads. That's funny. That's a very me thing to do. I was like, oh, I'll just save it in downloads for now, and then I'll properly organize it later. And then, of course, I never do. Did I actually finish the Boom Witch? Oh, I did. Oh, look at me. Okay, so we're gonna roll. We have 10 options. Let me close all these extra tabs I've opened. We have 10 options, so this will be slightly changed. So instead of the Heretic being 19 and 20, the Boom Witch will be 19 and 20. Even though it's kind of interesting because these are sort of have a weight to them. Like the factotum is 1 to 3, while the heretic is only 19 and 20. So let's roll the die. What do we get? We got a 2. Okay, so that means we're a factotum. We are a factotum tanuki. And so that means we need compendium, callings, factotum. Okay, let's see here. Close that PDF so we can go to the factotum now. Trying to give as much space as for reading. Factotum. Some are born to be great, others have greatness thrust upon them. Factotums are ordinary folk caught up in exceptional situations. Their mundane approach to extraordinary problems is more effective than others might expect. Typical factotums are crafty merchants, intrepid explorers, charming courtesans, and stalwart common folk. Abilities. Skills focus on the mastery of simple things, whether it's figuring out an ancient device or talking the team out of a tight spot. The factotum will find a solution. Advancement. As factotums rise in rank, they may become master artisans, social masterminds, or even accomplished surgeons. They also learn to be more helpful in a fight. Aptitudes. And aptitudes are the word for like abilities or no abilities. There was not a word that I wanted to add. Yeah, factotum is a class. In break, classes are called callings rather than class, and the your calling determines your stats. So you don't roll for stats like in many D20 fantasy games. Your calling gives you your stats, your HP. You get your ability. The big chunk of where your character comes from is your calling, and then your species and your history adds little additions to it. And also your items are a big part of your character as well. But yeah, the factotum, they are, as I like to say, the Samwise Gamgee of Break. They're intentionally, they're not meant to be the hero of the story. They're the person that allows the hero to be the hero. And factotums are the sort of skill monkey, as well as the rogue, or not the rogue, but the sneak is sort of fills the same sort of area. Each of the core callings are sort of broken down into archetypes. So like the factotum sneak are your skill based like non-magic users, and you have the champion and raider, which are your like fighter types. One champion being more like strength based, and the raider being more, rangery dex based. And then you have the battle princess and murder princess, which are your sort of paladin or gish, like magic user, sword wielder archetype. And then sage and heretic are your casters. And the Balladeer is a class that's that I mentioned that's on, or a calling that's on the blog, that's a bard essentially, and they're like a mix between a factotum and like a sage, where they do have magical abilities, but they're not like a pure magic archetype. Weapons and armor. Factotums are happy in light armor and can use all but the most tricky weapons. Who would like to be a factotum? As well as relishing the role of an ordinary person out of their comfort zone, this calling is great for players who like to catalog and scheme or invent and create interesting items. And each calling comes with 3 starting abilities that sort of define the core of their character. Second to none. While now leading a life of high adventure, you rely on the little skills that have always served you well in the past. You have an edge whenever you roll for a check or contest covered by one of your purviews. So edge is Break's word for advantage. So you'd roll 2d20 and you take the better result. And purviews are skills, but instead of it a skill being like a single word like athletics or sneaking, thievery, this is more of a sentence that describes your character, and that allows you to use it in creative ways outside of just sort of a hard descriptive way that a lot of skills can end up being. So like a purview could be I always find a way to go unnoticed, something like that, and then you could use that purview in ways outside of just being sneaky if if the situation's right and you have a good justification why your character would be better off in this moment. And purviews come from your background, not your calling. And purviews, I think when people are first getting into Break, that's something that they can struggle with is coming up with reasons for why this purview would give me a bonus in this moment, and trying to do that as often as you can, because the bonuses are pretty important for especially lower level characters, because your Break characters, they do start out as people that just became an adventurer, so they are they don't have the stats to always succeed, because it is a D20 roll under system for the most part, and your stats, a good stat starts, I would say it's around 11 to 13. So a reasonable chance for failure if you're not thinking creatively and using stuff to your benefit. This replaces the minor bonus you normally receive on rolls related to a purview. So purviews normally give you a +2 bonus, but because of the factotum, you get an edge. And I have found that sometimes it would be better to have the minor bonus, just because the minor bonus is a straight buff to your roll, while an edge relies on the luck of the dice, which I think we know many people whose luck betrays them often. Called moments. Well, I know Legends of Azeroth has Break in its as one of its inspirations in the book. At least I remember seeing Break in the inspiration list. And honestly, after having used purviews a while, I do like them over just a standard skill list, even though it can be a little bit more creative work to use them. Especially I like them, especially for games that are archetype class-based games, where it's not meant to actually be a skill-based game where your character is almost entirely based off of just what skills they have. Because it allows them to be flexible and not as rigid, because they're not meant to be the core part of your character. Okay, the Factotum Pack. You carry an oversized backpack around effortlessly, and despite it being crammed full, you're able to produce the required item from it almost instantly. You start with a giant backpack that is worn instead of a traveler's bag or backpack. The pack provides 8 additional inventory slots before you become overburdened and can hold anything that doesn't exceed the available slots, including a rider. You can retrieve and use any item stored in the pack in one turn rather than the usual 2. If lost or destroyed, you can make a new factotum pack by spending an evening modifying a regular backpack. Your pack functions like a normal backpack if used by anyone else. And something I like about Break is a lot of the callings in Break do have items that is part of their like core feature, and those things can be taken away through like play and stuff, but it's not like a permanent loss if you use to like lose your backpack, or if you're like a murder princess and for whatever reason you couldn't like summon your sword in a particular thing. And then finally we have Don't Mind Me. You have a distaste for direct combat and your mind is often looking for a way to help without going toe to toe. During a fight, your opponents will not target you for attack in any turn where you are not intending to perform an offensive action or doing something that will obviously cause them harm or spoil their plans. For example, healing a friend would go unchecked, but setting a bomb would not. Okay. Blue. Now let's see if those are actually tracked already. Do I have to drop them in? Hmm. Yes. Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, it's really fun. The first character I played was a Rhineko factotum, and we ended up finding a sniper rifle inside like a like a cart or something. I don't remember exactly where we found it, but we found a sniper rifle, and I ended up being the only character that could use it. So like I would use a sniper rifle, and then I'd have to reload, and because I wasn't like attacking anyone or doing anything overly threatening on that turn, then people would ignore me while I was like behind my backpack reloading this gun, and then I would be able to shoot next round. Though I could see someone arguing that reloading a weapon that is threatening, and maybe I did not deserve the free pass. Okay, so I guess this is a question because this is sort of like a optional rule that's in the blog that Ray talks about, is changing out some of the starter abilities for other ones. I don't think we necessarily need to do that. Especially this is the first character. Maybe once we get further along and make more characters, can get more funky with it. Yeah, the factotum is one of my favorite. I'd say I balance between Murder Princess and Heretic being my like favorite out of the bunch. But factotum, I like it just because it is, it's a very like creative focused calling where it's about helping your friends rather than doing the big damages, even though the big damages are fun. Oh yeah, we need to does it already have our stats inputted? Over here. Yes, it does. Okay. Good. Hmm. No, we'll do that. We'll wait for that. We'll go here. Oh no. Did that mess up overlay? Sorry about that. I had someone come in. Okay. Did this? Okay. I think everything did not get borked by me accidentally moving Foundry. Well, to be fair, Amanda, they're very much your vibe. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was doing Homeland and History. So we have, whoa, let's see. We'll start here. So your Homeland and History, it gives you the languages you speak. It gives you the purviews, so your skills. It also gives you your starting gear, as well as just, giving sort of background stuff for us to build off of. So we need to roll a d20 and then you gotta force them. You gotta put your foot down and tell them what's what. 10. Our rolls have been oddly connected. We started with a nat 20, then we got a 2, and now we got a 10. Yes, exactly. Chain them up. So we are from the Twilight Meridian. Okay. A land consumed by tumultuous sea, a place of trade and rich culture. So honestly, we're being sort of very thematically accurate to the Tanuki, because the Tanukis do originate from the Twilight Meridian. And then from there, we need to do our history roll. And then from there, we can decide on our language and stuff. Okay. A 5, an orphan shinobi. This is honestly, the dice rolls are feeling very, very targeted right now. Orphan shinobi. The ninja clans of the 7 Holy Isles are ruthless and secretive. You were betrayed and your clan was eliminated by the shogun's forces. You are the sole survivor. Your purviews are remaining unnoticed, old and strange secrets, paranoid awareness, and your starting gear, which normally you pick 2, but I think for this, because we are playing a solo character, at least for now, we'll probably just give them all the items to help them out a little bit. But they get a thrown missile weapon, their last shuriken, their costume, a colorful fop, a dungeoneer's kit, dragon toothpicks, and then adventuring gear, climbing claws. Like Saw, but with mimosas and friendship. You need to get the doll, and then, as they come in, want to play a game. And then that's when you do roll initiative and you just make them start immediately. No thinking. Oh, do. Okay, so we need to go over here. Oh, that's kind of creepy. But creepy in a cool way. Histories, Twilight Meridian. Where are you? Orphaned. There we go. Orphan Shinobi. Blup. Where did this go? What was this called? Your last shuriken. This was colorful. Oh my god. Yeah, fight for those dolls. So Dungeoneer's kit and adventuring gear. So let's see, that's equipment. See if I can find where this is at. Miscellaneous adventuring gear. Okay, there we go. And was it a dragon tooth picks? And then climbing claws. Uh-oh. I hope Lizzie is haunted in a cool way. Okay, let's see. So we need to pick a language. I feel like Fade Song makes the most sense, but we will roll for it. Well, Maya, I don't have any haunted dolls, so we're safe on that end. A 10. So that'd be the middle one, which is Fade Song. Okay. And then we have the main language that everyone has, which is low speech, which is sort of like common in most D20 fantasy games, but this one is like downloaded into your brain. Everyone has it. Okay. So we're an orphan shinobi. So now we're on to traits, which that we have to roll for if we can choose. So I guess chat, should we roll for it or should we pick based off of the fact that we are an orphan shinobi? I feel like I know what people are going to say, and that's roll. But be good to ask before we get into it. And for this, you roll 2 positive and then 1 negative. Okay. We're rolling. Actually, did I make roll tables for this? Character creation. Oh, I did. Ooh, I could have just used this. I went through all the effort to make this and then I didn't even use it. That's very on me. So we got grit. Double grit. Okay, that's interesting. And then 1 negative. aura is down by 1. Okay, I'm going to test something real quick because I remember someone saying the math was off on the actual roll. We're going to actually test it and see real quick. Is there a way to actually look at the roll? We'll just do that. We'll see if that allows us to investigate. It's not roll. Okay. A double 14. Okay, it seems like whatever the issue is that it was fixed. Just good. We can get rid of that. Where did I put my liquids? Can we change this? Because in break, they when you're doing your traits, they kind of want you to put like a specific reason your traits are up like this, and you can technically use that as like justification for getting bonuses on rolls. But it does not seem like this character sheet has that, which is honestly that's fine. It's not a big deal. Next, we have our clerk. And we are on the old world species table. So let's over here. Okay, we got a physiology quirk. And let's see what we get. Wayfish. So let's do here. Okay, this is going to be interesting. So, Wayfish, you are lean, scrawny, or otherwise lacking in substance. While this has made you extremely light on your feet, it has unfortunately also made you prone to injury. Your speed rating is increased by a single step. You gain +1 to your deafness, but you suffer -1 to your heart's total. So that means our character has 1 heart. And in break, that means they can take a single hit. This Tanuki might not be long for this world. Granted, if they don't attack anyone, it's a their ability makes them less likely to be attacked. Okay, so we want clerks, physiology, wayfish. Did Dragonet add it? Let's see. Yes. We'll see if this actually works. Change mode. As? I wonder if this actually worked. It did not seem to work. That's a lot of dice. Hearts total value -1. No, that's not doing it. That's fine. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I might have brought it from the wrong thing. Let's do that. And go to here. And quirk physiology wayfare. Yeah, you do have an intense amount of dice. That's still not changing the hearts total. Oopsie. The clack. We love the clack. Is there a way I can do this? Is there a way I can look up like the attribute key for hearts? We'll do a quick search. Foundry, VTT, attribute key list. Let's see. Key list for stats. I might have to figure that out at a different point to modify that. 'Cause I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get the attribute key. Maybe Okay. Not there. Hmm. We'll search another way real quick just to see. But hold on, we'll try. Oh, can we drag you out? No, so maybe I do hearts. Base hearts total? I don't like how you can't seem to edit it after you make it. That did not seem to do anything. That also did not do anything. Maybe I can go in here. Maybe there's just something I'm missing. We'll just do it from here. Oh, okay, that seemed to work. Now I want to test real quick to make sure that didn't fuck up every calling. Please didn't. It didn't. Let's go. We're cooking. We love to see it. Oh, so we need to pick a homeland. They're from the Twilight Meridian. Okay. Holy shit. Amanda, thank you. I appreciate that. We got Isopod, Lily Alternus, Mooney Vex, Yappy Wagpaw. That is really funny that you got Yappy Wagpaw of anyone. Still H. And started a hype train. What the fuck? Normally to start a hype train, you need like two different people doing it around the same time. What the fuck? Yeah, I think. And I have a feeling you also wanted to be number one. Hey Lily, I hope you're having a good day. We are just we're just vibing while I slowly build my character for this solo game. And I'm having to figure out stuff on Foundry because I am still baby to it. Okay. So we have done our quirk. Let me finishing details. So now we need to come up with a name. And Tanuki based their names off of a favorite food or snack. So do I have something that's like a favorite, like a food roll table? Yeah, get some sleep. Hope you have sweet dreams. We're gonna just control F. Food. Random food. Oracle. We're checking itch. Maybe there's a food oracle. What is this? Cozy Oracle system. We'll check this out. Oh. I feel like you're used to more than 4 subs. I feel like a lot of people solo play is like, let me find a very obscure roll table so I can justify rolling rather than making a choice on my own. Let's Do this. Random food by culture. Oh my gosh. I love you. I'll link this in chat. Oh, hype chest. What'd we get? Chill girl. Fuck yeah, we love it. And here is this cozy oracle system I found that has exactly what I was looking for. I thought it did. Random foods by culture. Okay. Okay, so we need to pull a card. Luckily, I spent a while setting this Midnight Muscadine's Oracle deck up. There are no hands or piles to pass on to. So I'm not a fan of how Foundry does cards. I'm going to say that. So we got a 7 of clubs. Seven of clubs. So let's see, black suit. So 7 bacon shellfish covered with a splash of herb infused cream. So do we want to name them bacon? Oh, something about bacon isn't necessarily, it's not hitting me right. Scallop, that is a What about popper? So like, like the jalapeno poppers, or like we have a lot of like bacon wrap popper stuff. What about that? How do we feel about popper? They like eating savory pop treats. Anytime we have jalapeno poppers, I fuck them up. Have I not done the rank 1? Yeah, we are rank 1 out. It's interesting that it's not tracking rank right there. Interesting. That's fine. So yeah, popper. Hell yeah, you gotta sneak them in. Okay, I think this is the part that's going to be interesting. It's the pie crew time. Let me. Let's see if they have Tanuki. Okay, not quite what I was thinking. This is where we really have to lock in. We have to find the best pie crew for the job. Oh, I think I've actually used this one before. Well, this is. Hold on, I might need. We'll do that. There we go. Oh, I wonder if they have animal ears. Oh, maybe. Oh, these are horns. Let's do hair first. So we're abandoned shinobi. We're no longer so I feel like Their hair would be longer. Oh, kind of like that. Yeah, I think a dark purple goes with the Shinobi vibe. Where is eyes? Here we go. No, I don't think they would. Oh, actually, I kind of like them having bright eyes, sort of like how, you know, like a raccoon or a cat or something in the night, the eyes are peering out. Okay, that's a little bit big. That's a little bit big of a mouth. Maybe we'll go with there we go. There we go. Okay, they're not. Yeah, I think a little freckles is cute. I feel like they'd have a little bit of scarring. They are a shinobi, or they were shinobi. There we go. Oh, wait, we found the animal ears. The animal ears aren't showing up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Do we want to call her? Any cute hats? Okay, we can switch back over to this. We got our token. Okay, I think I made a like a break token. Just where did I put it? Here maybe? Save. Just even upper token. Okay. Okay, I just need to put this in here. We'll make a new folder inside there. Get rid of that. Oh no, it's doing the rotating thing. I forgot how you fix that. Rotation 0. Movement action. Okay, Popper. There's our sweet little bean. Okay, let's see. So we've got an image for them. They don't have a team currently. Character start with 1d20 coins. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the item selecting part. Oh, I can't. Okay. 18 coins? Holy heck. Our dice rolls. They've been kind of on it today. Oh, we should go ahead and get our big backpack put on here. So that would be under equipment, and then we would want no books, armor, companions, consumables. Wearable accessories. Actually, I think that's what we want. Factotum pack. Let's go. A backpack increases your inventory by 5 slots. I thought I increased it by 8 slots. Yeah, the pack provides an additional 8. It only takes 1 action. So being small gives us 8, and then another 8 from the thing. So that should be at 16. Oh, okay. So we're going to have to do a little bit of jankiness to figure out how to modify that. Hmm. That did not do what I wanted to do. That's hmm. I wonder if I can find the attribute key. Hold on. I'm going to see if in the foundry thing. That's not what I wanted. Maybe here. I'm checking in the guts. Items, let's see. Oh no. Yeah, I think I'll have to ask the creator how do I modify the creator of the foundry thing to how to modify this stuff, because the factotum pack should be changing the inventory, but it's not. Hold on. What about that? Does that? Oops. Maybe in here you can change it. So I see slots. Okay, we're gonna try to see if that's the name of the attribute key. Priority 1. That did not do anything. Okay. We'll worry about that later. We know that the factotum pack gives us extra. I guess I could. Okay, so that's allowing me colorful fog. That makes me think that I'm like some part of like entertainment thing. Well, let's see. How much does the factotum Totem pack. Okay. So I am kind of worried about. So does it make me overburdened all of a sudden? It doesn't seem like it. We use the note section here to track the totem pack. I wish you could do like, can you do that? Okay, you can do 0. So you can keep track of it, but it's not counting to your weight. And the climbing claws will also be in the factotum pack for now. Oh, well, hold on. We should actually buy items. So we have 18 gear. So instead of shadow pearls, we'll probably have like holy isle coins. I'm searching old Japanese currencies to see, since we're from the Seven Holy Isles, which is very feudal Japan inspired. Oh, this is really cool. It's like, it's called branch money, where the coins were like attached to like a metal mold. I would assume that then they would cut out. But I like the idea of like Twilight branches is the name of the currency. Where do we want to put that? We'll write that down. Journal entries. Currency. Twilight Meridian. Oh, whoa, wait. Foundry really is, it likes being dragged around. It's very wild like that. Let's do that. I just found the notes for session 0 for the Under the Red Moon. Holy fuck. That I thought that had been like consumed by, you know, time and space. Holy fuck. Oh my gosh. That's wild. Kept on thin metal molds until used. Is this going too deep? Are we going too deep into the lore creation by actually naming the currency? Oh, so if you do that, now what was this? The Shekel Galvanist Fishing Village. I feel like shells. That makes sense for like stone currency in the Twilight Meridian. Currency. Was apparently under the entertainment centers. Oh no. How much did you find underneath there? Was originally used to counter originally used against I feel like that's not how you spell counterfeiting, but I don't care. And then what did the book have? It was Shadow Pearls. My first person DM game. First notes from Valcar. 13 lose dice. Wow. That was a treasure trove. A blast from the past. Large oyster clusters that are infused with small that is a very you thing to do. Once you have your new place, you should make like a dedicated ttrpg section where you just keep literally everything TTRPG related to, like notes, dice, all of it. Okay. Oop, oop. Okay, we can switch back. Can I do this maybe? Oh, there we go. So I need to do that. Oh, hell yeah. So we're now on the gear part. We have we start with a standard. Hold on, let me go back up here. You start with a standard weapon. Standard weapon, functional outfit. Yeah, okay. I need to reorganize my TTRPG stuff. A lot of I just have like a bunch of books sitting on top of each other. Let's see, functional outfit. That is equipped. Shinobi robes. I'm imagining Popper, she has like I don't know what you would call it. Almost like the bottom of the robes are like very wide, so it almost functions like a coat, like a dress hybrid coat, and she has like leggings on or something underneath. Hmm. Loose robes. Vine belt. Large nut buckle. So I'm imagining like Tanuki, like if you go with the folklore, they have large testicles that they do a lot of weird shit that's kind of creepy. But they have large nuts. So I feel like Tanuki, while we they probably all don't have large testicles, but they tend to adorn themselves with large nut motifs, like plant nuts, not testicle nuts. Flowy. Yes, it is a big difference. Very, very different situation going on. I love you too, Amanda. I believe in you. I almost want to say a poncho, like it's, you know, it's like a cloak, but it doesn't go like all the way down. It kind of just goes like towards her navel. Yeah, my autism for a while got me really deep into mythology. Most of my mythology stuff was like Norse and Greek. Well, Greek when I was younger, but a lot of Norse, and then also a lot of like yokai folklore stuff. Honestly, like I really find like just how the yokai mythology and folklore is like continued to up in like, you know, till today, and there's just a lot of interesting creatures that have come from that. Well, I feel like Greek, like especially Greek's the, you know, that's the big one. That's the one that's talked about the most for the most part. But I feel like Norse tends to be the second one after that, just because of it has a lot of, you know, like it's used in a lot of stuff. Like in D&D, a lot of there's a lot of Norse mythology used in it. Movies, TV shows, like the Vikings get glorified a lot when it comes to media. So I feel like it tends to be the second one. And then that's kind of true with Japan as well because of anime. I find that that tends to be a lot more shallow, like where people delve into Japanese folklore and stuff. They tend not to go as deep, even though there's a lot more information about it. Okay. With nut buckle, I feel like we need to specifically call out the nut buckle. Okay, there we go. Okay. So we also need to give her a standard weapon. Let's see, where are weapons? There we go. Standard. Hello again. How did the piano time go? I don't think standard. Oh, I opened the wrong tab. We can actually. We can close that. Evening routine stuff. Oh dang! It is almost 9 o'clock. I have not paid attention to the time at all. Oh yeah, yes. Click. So we want gear. Click. Weapons. Okay, that's interesting. We can close that. I feel like a sickle. I think that makes sort of sense. Like they're nature, kind of naturey, and sickles were used by uh like farmers and shinobi. Well, shinobi were from farmers and used farmer weapons, so at least originally. So yeah, I think a sickle. I think that would look cool. But not like a full sickle, one that's like, because this is like a late stage shinobi clan, so it's not like the original shinobi ninja people. So like it's like a sickle that's been turned into like an actual weapon and not just a modified farm implement. So what would you call this? A mantis sickle. Oh yeah. Mm. Mantis. Chopping. Hmm. Let's see. Equip. Well, I don't think she's not carrying it right now. Okay, we have 18 coins, so we can still buy stuff. Let's see. Can't really buy any weapons. Can't buy armor. We don't have enough of that. Would they want a tattered outfit? I feel like they would have a local map of their home, even if they're no longer there. Local map. What would their so I'd like to imagine that this is like because they originally came from like their home was a tree, and at least the original ones that was lost. So I feel like they would have like treetop, like a treetop ninja village type thing going on. Hmm. Oak crown, crown oak. I'm gonna go with oak crown. Hmm. Okay, so we got that. The 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 urge, the deep urge for the slime lantern, but alas, we do not have enough for it. How much does the oil cost? 10? Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Zatan the Black. You know, before we should we roll to see where they are currently at in the Twilight Meridian? I think we should. This is what I want. This is what we let's see, Twilight Meridian. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that splits up nicely for a D20. A 14. So let's see. 1 through 5, 6, 10. So Stallfield. No, wait, hold on. 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. So we're in the Galvanus Archipelago right now. So known as the land of the eternal dawn and considered the most beautiful place in all of outer world, Galvanus is a series of prosperous islands that function as a global trading hub. A natural beauty is marred by the ugly truths of mercantile warfare and piracy. The region's wealthiest reside in Portia, the prosperous, and their luxurious palaces are said to contain riches from far-flung places. Typical adventures include run dangerous errands for merchant Sion, engage in maritime battles with pirates and sea monsters, recover the lost items from abandoned temples on behalf of a local small god. So I'm assuming that right there. So we're in here somewhere. So that will help us in buying items. That's what I was originally doing. My poor brain. Ooh, I like that. Okay. We'll buy torches. So 10, that'll be 40. So that would go down to 7. We'd have 60. A local map costs 5, so that'd be 55. We still need to figure out Popper's, like, what are they trying to do? They're an orphan shinobi. Are they trying to get revenge? Are they trying to find a new place? Let's see, roll tables. Let's see, resolve. Oops. We'll see what this says. A determination solidified after solving the riddle of the silence. That in itself, we don't need to be specific, but so they're determined to figure out why their clan was killed. Okay, that helps a little bit. So we'll say they will buy a tome, a beginner's tome, that is about the merchant houses of where we're at now, which I should, let's do here. So one of the Galvanis merchant houses. Okay. Do, 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 do. So we want miscellaneous. Is that where the no shields, outfits, miscellaneous, magic items, kits, elimination, consumables, companions, books. There we go. Journeyman's tome. Or actually, no, we wanted a beginner's tome. Those are definitely in the pack. Book of Merchant Guide to the Major Merchant Houses. Yes, I'm still on character creation. I'm being a little silly with it. Like I decided that yeah. Some of it, yeah, I'm taking my time. Some of it is trying to figure out Foundry stuff. Like for instance, the way the Foundry system's currently set up, I don't have a way to modify my total inventory, and I was trying to figure out how to like get the tribute key so then I could make an effect that would allow me to modify that. But so it's been a little bit of noodling with the Foundry and a lot of me, a lot of me going deep into the character creation stuff. Like I decided because we're going to be in the Twilight Meridian. That's what the dice told me. So I came up with some currency. Well, the Shadow Pearls is just in the game, but I decided that coins are kept on like molds. So like when the coins are made, they're left on the molds, which look like trees of like branches of a tree, and that's because there's originally did that to make sure that the currency wasn't being counterfeited, or at least to help stop counterfeiting. So, like, you know, like what is solo play? Like, it's just doing whatever you want. Like sometimes people journal like 5 pages and they barely roll. I kind of do just want to read the book. I'm addicted. But I mean, we're getting there. Like, you know, for instance, Popper, she, because she is a Tanuki, and Tanukis, in like mythology, folklore, what have you, they are known for having large testicles. And I figured, well, these cute anime Tanuki people, that's probably not a thing, but so they like to adorn themselves with large nut symbols, like, you know, like walnuts or that peanuts or whatever, that kind of stuff. So she has a large nut belt, which I think is very cute. Um, let's see. We got the guide to the major merchant houses. I mean, you're not wrong, Amaya, but at the same time, I feel like I desussified it. Have sweet dreams, Cass. Get some good sleeps. Fine. Thanks for the head pats.
Yippee!
All the head pats. So they would have rations. That is there. Rations times 20. That would be just 20 stone. And let's consumables. There we go. We'll put that there. We'll say these are nut crunchers. That's what we're calling them. They're like clusters of nuts that have been that use honey stuck to them. I feel like that would be a nice ration. Do, 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 do. Okay, there's Shinobi. I feel like they would definitely have a grappling hook. And that cost 8 coins. So we're down to 3. A grappling hook. Let's see. So that would be 2. So that would be 1 slot. I thought I'll be able to get in contact with the creator of this foundry thing so I can maybe figure out how to adjust the backpacks side so I don't have to keep side notes. Let's see, what was I checking? We were doing specialist kit. I think that was what it is. Well, we can check back here at Homeland History, Twilight Meridian, Orphan Shinobi, Dungeoneer's kit. That's what it was. Okay. So they do take up 2 slots. Okay. So we're currently at 5 out of 8. Do they want... We still need to decide what their factotum pack looks like. Is it just a generic large backpack? Maybe maybe one that's like a giant leaf, like an elephant leaf. I think that's kind of what it looks like. Or maybe it's like do we want to lean more on the nut with having it be a large nut, sort of like Gara's gourd, like that sort of vibe? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, walnut shaped is good. I don't think because one of the special things with the Factotum pack is that it has more space than a backpack, and it also has the same speed as a traveler's pack for accessing stuff. So I'd like to think it actually has like a little cutout on the back of it, so she can like reach behind her back and pop her hand in to grab stuff. Okay. So I feel like we have enough items. I'll say she also has a shovel. Oh no, she'd still need. Hold on. Those are in the backpack. Oh, I did not save. That's unfortunate. Okay, so backpack. That is not in the backpack. Not in the backpack. That'll be equipped. Okay. She could technically have a companion at the start. But I don't think she will. So let's go back. Oh. Foundry? Foundry, are you breaking? Please. Okay, so we want finishing details. We have that. Your calling, species, history, and court give you your core of information about your character, but we want to add some finer details, bring them live, describe. Okay, we'll do this. And we want here. So we want house rules because I am going to be using a little bit of house ruling for stuff just because this is playing solo for a group game. And I think one of them is normally in break when you hit 0 hearts, you immediately suffer an injury and you have to roll on the injury table for it. But I think for this, at the very least for the sort of quote unquote main character, is that you only suffer an injury if you're hit at 0 hearts. Sort of like, like Legend of Zelda style, where you're like the screen's flashing, beeping at you. and that happens when you're at 0 hearts. But we'll see how it plays out. Maybe it'll end up being too too soft. But this character does have a single heart, as does. So if they get hit at all, they're in danger. Okay. Honestly, that might be the only thing right now. Can we move these like that? Yes. Okay. Mm, What's the word I'm looking for? Leotard? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, here's the description for Popper. Popper is a tanuki, roughly 4 feet tall. She has messy dark purple hair that she keeps in a low ponytail. Her eyes shiny like a wild animal in the night, a bright yellow. Her face is a mess of freckles and scars, those from her training. She wears flowy robes tied or held to her at her waist by a vine belt and a large nut buckle. She wears tight-fitted leotard underneath that ends in shorts. She usually wears a poncho over her clothes to keep her hands hidden, something taught to her from a young age. She carries a large walnut-like pack on her back, held to her with a sash. She can be seen wearing a cocky smirk even when life has got her down. Nut buckle, butt knuckle. You never want to be caught with your pants down, butt knuckling. Hopper was born. What was that? I said Oak Crown. Where did I? Where did I save that? Was it here? Yeah, Oak Crown. There we go. Fairy? How do you spell fairy? Okay, let's open that. Just want to make sure I typed it right. Okay. Popper was born in Oak Crown, a treetop shinobi village hidden amongst. We don't need both of those. Okay. Treetop shinobi village hidden deep in the forest. She was never one for a fight, always running away instead, but she held her own, often ferrying messages back and forth in the village. She liked to leave, exploring the nearby area, her wanderlust both a savior and something that haunts her. She was out exploring the day her people were attacked, leaving her alone and unsure what remains of them. She found a coin from a faraway land, one of merchants that has led her to where she is now, the Galvanis Archipelago. Okay. Okay, let's see. Finishing details. Okay, I think we got that. So really, we just need to, well, we already have her current mission, and that's to learn more about the what happened to her people and how it is connected to these merchant houses. So her goal is found out why her people were attacked and who did it. Her current clues has led her to the Pelago. Okay, I think we did it. I think this is a good spot to end it. We have the character made. We have what her goal is and what she's going to be doing. She is not a fighty character whatsoever, and her ability is also kind of more like outside of combat. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, especially with random encounters and stuff like that. That break is about. Now, I think the tricky thing will be figuring out the sort of gameplay loop I'll be doing, specifically with the generation of like adventure sites and stuff. I think that's where a lot of the exploration of the system and figuring out what works and doesn't work is going to be the juice, as well as me doing a lot of typing and getting funky with the OC, our Tanuki girl. But this was a lot of fun. I really did enjoy just sort of living in the world of Break for a bit and talking with y'all. This week it's a little lighter on streams, and I might end up streaming another day, just depending on a little random stream. But we have our next stream on Wednesday starting at the same time at 6 p.m. EDT. We're going to be playing Kingdom Hearts again. I forget where we left off on Kingdom Hearts.
Yippee!
Exactly. Oh, thank you for the head patch for Watts. And then this Friday, we're going to be going back into Hades at the same time, 6 p.m. Just finished Monstro. Hell yeah. And this Saturday, I believe our friend Lizzie Luna, is going to be doing some model debut stuff. So I'll probably be around there vibing, seeing what she's up to. Oh, that's right. We were in the whale. Yeah, the whale. I remember now. Oh, yes, I will hydrate. And for the continuing forth, this will probably be the schedule I go with Mondays being break / just ttrpg stuff. I may at some point want to take a break, do Astro Prisma or what have you. But we'll be sticking with this for a while with break Mondays, Kingdom Hearts Wednesdays, and then Fridays/Saturdays for Hades 2 and just other random indie games that I find my fancy. And hopefully that will be a schedule I can stick to. And on top of all the other stuff I got to do. But we're going to look for a raider. A raider. We are the raider. We're going to look for someone to raid. Those are the words. Wait, I wonder. Did Hime end up streaming? Oh my goodness, Hime. We can actually raid Hime. Holy shit. That barely ever happens. Oh, and they're playing. Oh, they're playing something right now. I see a ball of bloody tentacles. Which I am into. Maybe not as much the blood part, but the tentacles part, you know. But we're just gonna shoot. Y'all know where I'm at. Y'all know where to find me. And I will probably set up. Oh, I just remember we should come up with a name for this thing, but I feel like that'll be good for next thing. We come up with a name for whatever it's called. I'll probably make a channel just for this that we can have, I don't know, like threads and stuff for keeping track of various community stuff that's going to go in this big solo play thing. But that's future me's problem. I'm just gonna go here, do this. I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all are amazing. Y'all have a good night. Take care of yourselves if you need to. And let's shout at this burb. Good night, Stray City. See you on the other side.